Hi, chat. I definitely didn't do my intro without hitting the go live button. So, you don't get to criticize me on that. My mic is picking up people walking upstairs. That's hilarious. Good morning, everybody. It has been a minute. If you're wondering where the ID overview is, it'll be coming out in 2 hours, and I'll probably still be streaming at that moment. So that'd be fun. So plans for today. Obviously, we're playing the Intervallo. To start, though, I want to give a brief... I want to go over the new ID stories, and I want to go over their kits briefly, because technically it's not on the channel yet, so I want to make sure you all know my opinions of them. Because usually what would happen before is I would release the overview, then I would stream it. But since the overview takes up literally all of my free time until it's done... yeah, I didn't have a chance to stream it yet. So, we're gonna start with their stories and then I'm gonna go over their kits. Because the stories are important. And I don't get to go over those very often because it doesn't fit with my format. Y'all can, hear correctly, right? What? What a question. But anyways, yes, good morning, Buildery, good morning, Faye. Good morning, Crouch. Let us begin with Merceau. There's probably a bit of a delay. The internet has been, like, weird this past week. And by that I mean last weekend, specifically. It just decided, on my computer specifically, that I wouldn't have internet intermittently through the night. It hasn't happened recently, so hopefully it doesn't happen now. But I've definitely jinxed it. First, thread the suture through the eye of the needle. Number 27 suturing sinew is a synthetic Z-twist fiber assembled using the ingredients coracobrachialis muscle and calcaneal tendon. It has to be threaded through the number 2 bodkin needle. Then, suture and close the facial incision located on the interior. I don't know if this is Merceau talking. I think you jinxed it. It probably stopped working again. I was gonna say, we can surely watch the overview on stream soon. No, I'm not gonna do that. How the heck? I saw one message from you, Alice, and then it broke. I don't know what's going on with you and YouTube. You got Merceau already? Okay, we'll go. Was playing Deadlock with Tib and some other people yesterday, and his internet just completely shit the bed during the last round. It happens sometimes with online games, to be fair. So, the comment about, oh, you got Merceau already. I got Merceau the night after he came out. I did 5 entire mirror dungeon runs so that I could get 4 minutes of test footage with him and record his skill 3. No, I did 5 mirror dungeons, Lumiere. If you have all of the IDs that gain the bonus, then it's every mirror dungeon is 220 of the event currency. On hard. You have to play it on hard. I would never play normal mirror dungeon because it's boring. YouTube don't hold me after one message. It's just so weird. But yeah, I have to do 5 because if I play the new event pack, I'm gonna get spoiled on what's in the pack. 2 to 3 hours of gameplay for 4 minutes. Oh, it was closer to 4 hours, to be honest, but... Was it worth it, the 5 dungeons? I mean, it means I get to release a video that's accurate. Yes, Builder E5. You get 250 without any boosts, but are you playing the Intervallo pack? Because if you're going into the Intervallo pack, then yeah, you get more. But I don't, because it's part of the story and I don't want to spoil it for myself. Okay, Ricky, I'm gonna ban you. I'm not actually gonna ban you, but I hate that comment. The feedback received at the critique session was that the animal in focus is to be made more obvious. Therefore, parts taken from other animals have been removed wholesale, and additional primary material has been procured to compensate for the missing components. Now, place a thick patch of reasonably pre-trimmed material over the fascial incision and suture it shut. Should I make myself smaller? Because I realize I'm blocking part of the text. I'm gonna make myself a little smaller. It's not gonna be perfect, but you should be able to read now. Which part of it? The entire comment. Using only the primary ingredient will fall short of the tensility goal established when my original blueprint was conceived, which was designed with access to a wider variety to ingredients in mind. Still, this technique will allow me to achieve a similar effect. The current objective remains the same. Receive an evaluation higher than a B- and attain a measurable improvement beyond the status quo. Because it is customary for individuals who have chosen to join this collective to engage themselves with a consistent output schedule and steady improvement in evaluations, further adjustments to this objective seem unnecessary. The docent has advised that I could perhaps use the desire to coil the ring thrice around my ring finger as fuel to obsess myself with completing the work. However, I have no desires of the kind. I can't read. Other points of feedback from the docent are likewise executed without issue. I have watched 62 videos of dogfighting pits, paid 7 minutes visits to the Fauvist Animal Conservatory, watched 71 documentaries on predatory animals, and spent 284 hours living alongside the primary material candidate. However, none of these advised activities has led to observable improvements in the evaluations of my work. Jesus, man! Bro's like, I have to make an artwork about this animal. I'm going to watch every video about the animal, live with the animal for like 3 weeks. Bro. Also, they have an animal conservatory? Okay. The purpose of this assignment is to feel what it is to be Fauve. To be impulsive in a way that only animals can. However, as the instruction manual did not include any references to how the aforementioned feel could be applied to artwork, I have been unable to identify a measurable means by which it may be translated to the physical medium. I have punctured the transfusion bag. Blood prepared for curatorial staging is leaking out. Revisiting these memories must have made me somewhat emotional. The touch of my fingertips has become too rough. In such a case, temporarily seal the perforation with a large gauze sheet. According to instructions, materials with this level of thinness require number 21 ultrafine needles and 6 times delaminated nerve fiber thread to handle. It's pretty common for some artists, especially endurance ones. I mean, yeah, but like, I wasn't expecting it, you know? This fiber is too brittle. Experience dictates that employing the number 18 bone needle with myofiber thread would be most effective for this task. I will continue to attempt the current method nonetheless, as I must work in accordance with the instruction manual. This work will require a longer time investment than initially calculated. Enough blood has now leaked to drench the material's auburn fur. While this has the potential to partially constitute an expression of Le Fauve, the instruction manual did not state that products of happenstance can be used for this assignment. As such, the blood will be removed. Perhaps the veracity of these instructions is to be doubted and reviewed. The concept of Le Fauve, conceived as a product of my experiences, does not seem to agree with what is conveyed by the instruction manual. Because what is more fauve than the crimson that so insidiously encroaches upon the brownish pelt like that of a wild hound that has just torn open its prey's jugular? Yet, how much faith can one put in what their gaze has beheld? There is no empirical method by which the perception can be impartially confirmed. Then, judgment will be reserved. My ability to patch the perforation in the transfusion bag before the complete loss of blood is limited by my insufficient skill. Which means that more of the ingredient must be gathered. This artwork's aesthetic qualities have not met the standards, but its functional merits have been field-tested and proven. Its claws extend near instantaneously from their retracted position when the starter cord is pulled. It is highly functional. Each claw on the work has a sharp edge, making it most suitable tool for harvesting ingredients. The artwork's inner lining is a subcutaneous fatty layer that has been rearranged for a comfortable fit when equipped over an arm, and beneath the enveloping fur is an enclosure made from... using a lot of big words. Mesentery to minimize damage to its interior. My submissions have consistently scored a series of B-, which can evince that there is a degree of objectivity to my aforementioned assessment. However, I have been unable to address the feedback that my work lacks punch, which is an evaluation that has little to do with the artwork's functionalities. Just what am I supposed to... Injection needles inside the helmet have been activated. The paint enters my bloodstream, reinforcing the connection between me and my work. And myofibers, the material used to carefully construct the artwork's interior, firmly wrap around my hand, allowing me to wield this tool as if it were part of me. The injections ensure an easier time collecting my ingredient, even as dozens of assailants present in the harvesting grounds pursue me. However, a disadvantage of such a method is that it instills excitability in the user. Emotional excitement begets impulsivity, which makes the prospects of clawing in things into unrecognizable red paste a rather irresistible proposition. If only I could paint them over with my brush. Wouldn't that too make for a fine piece of art? What a shame. If only the instruction manual specified that such a moment of passion could be redirected toward my work. It would have enabled the composition of better art. Man, is that why all of his skills have him punching everything? Is because they say his artwork lacks punch? So he just starts punching people? Jesus, he used some really big words in that, by the way. Is that Merceau struggles to understand and connect with his art, or is he frustrated with it? No, he's not frustrated. He's getting all the grades that... He's getting grades that he's satisfied with, is the thing. He says that in the thing. It's just that the reason that he can't excel in it is because he's not good at, like... He has to follow everything exactly as written when it comes to instructions for an assignment, basically. He can't, like, interpret, is the way that I would, is a good way to describe it. Like, he has all the wherewithal to know how to do everything, it's just that he doesn't know how to do things like paint this concept. He's not good at painting concepts because he doesn't understand that. It's not an instruction that you can easily give someone. Hey, Noober. He understands what he lacks for the grade, but he doesn't want to take a leap because that's not in the manual. Yeah, nobody's telling him to excel, so he won't do it. Exactly like back with cooking chicken. Yeah, if you tell him to cook chicken, he's just gonna make sure that it's edible, basically. Because that was the instructions. Anyway, Rodion. The one that's more interesting, probably. I haven't actually read them. You sure this is the docent's artwork? Hold on, why doesn't it have any fur? Where are the claws? There's no way the docent would skip using a wolf as the motif of her piece. Maybe you didn't examine it thoroughly enough. I did. Right there, see? There's an autograph on the side. That's Miss Rodion's, alright. Anyone who joins the school of Fauvism carries a beast or two tucked away within their heart. Some cuddle up to a cat, others leash a dog, or a goat even, tied real close to the core of who they really are. Well, doesn't mean they can actually handle it, but hey, everyone's got at least one they draw from for their inspiration. And in my case, it's a wolf. A whale, though. That's rather unexpected. Do you think she's decided to switch styles? I knew it was a whale! Him wanting to, but being unable to do... You could interpret it either way, I think. Do you think she's decided to switch styles? That can't be right. How many artists do you know of who survived these reinventions? Sure, changing the beast you're gonna stick with is a hot topic in the school of Fauvism. But I say that's the kind of nonsense idiots with no eye for beauty like to chew on. Anyone with a halfway decent eye would have clocked it already. I'm still running with a wolf. Yup, still there nestled in my heart and my work. Hasn't gone anywhere. Hear them? Hello? Didn't I tell you to keep it down during viewing hours? The walls have ears around here. Don't let that little bird going around telling people stuff you hear ya, if you know what I mean. Well, the students are making a valid point. Chasing trends, flipping identities on a whim, it's an ugly sight to be frank. I know. It does kind of look like you're not committing to your inspiration. Folks get satisfied with a shallow little scratch and they call it a day. Not my thing at all. Yeah, not a lot of people pull that off and make it work, right? Besides the maestro, anyway. Well, the maestro's an outlier who has an exceptional understanding and affection of every beast. Do you think Middle Otis will be the next one? So, it probably should be, because they can release it as a solo banner. And it would make sense, because I know Kira is important for this Intervallo, so they're going to release something that's related to the Intervallo, but isn't a direct character from it, probably. That's what they usually try to do. Also, it would be really weird for them to release Docent Rodion, and then 2 weeks later release Thumb Nurse Father Rodion. So, like... 2 solo banner in a row. It is 2 solo banner in a row, but it's not 2 solo ID updates in a row. Because you still get Merceau today. When are you going to give me my opinion? In about an hour and 41 minutes. She returns from each excursion with a new fixation, and yet it seems to deepen the profundity of her work all the more. Okay, so assuming the maestro is one of the sinners, it's gotta be Ishmael, Otis, Rioshu, Faust, or... I almost said Hong Lu. And that would have not been right. Don Quixote. No, it's not a duo banner. The banner is a single ID. That's true. And looks like she's back from a little excursion to the outskirts this time. In any case, it would be prudent to address the students' concerns. They might just walk away with the wrong impression otherwise. We'd be walking them through an interpretation of that piece. Still on the fence, honestly. Was kinda hoping one of them would connect the dots without me having to draw the lines for them, you know? They always say what matters is only the things your eyes can see, but if everything has to be so conspicuous, where's the fun in that? I guess even a single layer of interpretation's already too subtle for the student's artistic perception. Fangs sunk into the whale hide, sinews stretched tight to keep it unrolled, all of them pulling together like a pack on the hunt. That ferocious medium taken from wolves makes the real hidden artwork. If they'd just look a little closer at the seams, they'd be blown away by the intent of the maker. I know it feels like a waste of educational material to spell it out, but perhaps you could give them some guidance, a proper lecture to toss them a bit of inspiration. They end up sleeping again because it's still super early, but I'm glad to catch a bit of it. That's fair. It is very early. The students' grades lately, let's just say they've seen better days. They probably haven't been exposed to the more recent iteration of artworks. Not exactly a promising batch, Don't they just kill people who aren't promising, though? Happened with Heathcliff where he got 2 IDs in a row. Well, Heathcliff always gets 2 IDs in a row. Like, if you look at the release schedule, Heathcliff pretty much always gets all of his stuff in bunches. In Season 4, he got Wild Hunt, Multicrack, and Fell Bullet all within a week of each other. He got W Corp and Hey Show really close together. The only one that was kind of separate from everything was, the dang... Elfie. And then he also got Asymmetrical Inertia, Full Stop, and Kurokumo all really close together, too. So it's like, he always gets stuff together. Is cock swapping with Honglu a good strat for burn? Yes. Yes, it's actually, like... I think it's the optimal strategy for burn. Kurokumo and Full Stop, Faye. We're both really close, and Asymmetrical Inertia wasn't far off from them. Well, there's that one over there, and maybe the other one, too. That one? Nah. Seeing his artwork is like staring at something that's been declawed before it even learned to scratch. No creativity, no curveballs, just straight lines and monotony. Still, his grasp on the theory is flawless. Oh, but I do understand why he doesn't stand out in your eyes, Rodia. You've always been exceptional at encapsulating Faraday in artwork since your student days. Your old piece, Hunger, Thirst, it's still being exhibited, you know. One of the few student artworks deemed worthy of a pedestal on its own. You've got to be kidding me, that thing's still up? Hunger, Thirst. Subpar junk I slapped together with whatever rotten scraps of meat and hide I could get my hands on, back when I was freezing my bones off, hungry as a wolf. Wasn't about chasing art, just needed something to catch the ring's eye. Figured if I got noticed, it wouldn't have to go to sleep hungry. Didn't know a damn thing about fundamentals back then, and yet people couldn't take their eyes off it. What was the critique again? Apparently it laid bare the hunger of a beast and the brutality that stems from it. Uh-huh. Thought you'd be more flattered. Actually, I'm not a huge fan. It's mine, yeah, but it's just grubby. Not that I don't get why people are reacting like that. I mean, I couldn't recreate it if I tried. Not in a million years. Fair enough. Then let's leave it at that, shall we? I got some money in my pocket now. Can actually splurge on whatever materials caught my eye without a second thought. I get to put together some solid pieces and even go out on hunts. But back when I created that piece, this kind of life wasn't even on the table. Yeah, now I understand what they mean by Faraday when they talk about that artwork of mine. Still, I would never want to go back to those days just to encapsulate that kind of Faraday. Alright, guess I'll schedule a lecture session tomorrow. Busy today? Got some business at the House of Spiders. So the rumors of its collapse were true after all. But is there anything there worth picking up? The last person who went said it remained much the same. Just corporist works cluttering the place. There's gotta be something waiting there if the maestro's sending me out for anything that needs collecting, right? Who knows, maybe it'll finally come together. The long-held wish the House of Spiders has been weaving for ages. Yeah, I talked big game, but figures. Nothing I didn't expect to see. You can't ride the same success forever just because it used to pay off. You've got to be willing to cut it loose when it starts going stale. People get bored fast these days. If your piece can't be branded with the word groundbreaking, viewers will just walk right past it. I mean, just look at this place. The gallery must have been lacking visitors enough for some strays to just walk in and build themselves a cozy little nest right in the open. I can see every bit of ya. No point in playing coy behind that pillar. Come on, get out here before things get awkward. Wayfarer Door Breach Team 5. I've been hearing about this. More and more uninvited guests wandering the corridors without a guide, without a sense of occasion. So what is it between us? Have we met before, or is this our first meeting? Hard to tell with those tasteless masks you're wearing. Your outfits are a bit different from the last ones I saw. That logo, though. Yep, same crowd. So many artworks crammed in here you couldn't even begin to count them all, yet somehow the whole space feels hollow. Word is, that corporist maestro hasn't had a real spark in decades, lost his edge and faded like a candle that burned out. It really shows walking through here. It's all the same stuff everywhere I look. Same patterns, same ideas, things I swear I've seen somewhere before. No wonder people say the school of corporism is way past its prime. Normally, trespassers in the corridor get torn apart on sight without any questions asked. But hey, maybe you're the last audience the House of Spiders Gallery's ever gonna get. Feels like a waste not to give you even a simple tour, right? Even a dump like this deserves a final hurrah before it disappears. There's plenty of detail and intent here to talk about. Not like it's hard to play curator either. This is Door Breach Team 5. We've encountered the ring. Requesting confirmation of any viable escape routes. This one. See how the arteries and veins are stitched together? Each thread woven one strand at a time? It's a duet of blood vessels. The artist went out of his way to almost completely drain the blood, meaning instead of color, it's all about the elasticity and tension in the vessels. Now this is the kind of art you wouldn't even try if you're not confident with delicate improvisation. I won't lie, this is one of those techniques where I just fall flat. If some student brought this in, I'd be like, darling, you've got some serious talent, and mentor them myself. But from a maestro, kinda underwhelming, don't you think? Enemy has begun commentary on human-based artwork within the corridor. Likely a docent of the ring, then. How should we proceed? Oh, and this one here preserves the dying scream. See this part? Press that. Hear that shriek? This whole setup, with an emphasis on the scream's sound. How should I put this? It feels kinda dated. For iterations like these, the trend today is something with a more refined style. A little touch to soften that scream into a melody, or instead of screams, slip in something that gives you a glimpse of that last bit of hope of making it out alive. For all the detail put into this, it's so old-fashioned. Still, you'd think this would be a bit much for people who've never known art their whole lives. But hey, you're all holding up surprisingly well. Kinda suspicious, honestly. You've probably been zipping all over the place in these corridors, seen a few of the ring's exhibits, or you've run into the afflatus that exists between the corridors. Could be both. I've never seen this word before. I'm gonna look it up on Google, see if it's a real word. A divine creative impulse or inspiration. Sorry, it's pronounced afflatus. Yeah, I've never seen that word before. And it's capitalized, which means it's important. Continue recording both the commentary and physical characteristics of the enemy. The logical conclusion regarding the identity of the subject points toward her being the ring's docent. However, the subject may also be a culmination of an unknown phenomenon, or a lost mimicking human form. Oh boy, there's things in the corridors, huh? How does that translate in Limbus? The word divine makes me very scared. In which case... Alright, moving on to the next piece. Excuse me, you guys even listening? I mean, sure, points for taking notes and all, but art isn't something you memorize from a note. You're supposed to really feel it, take it in with your whole body. Subject has stopped the commentary. The device has been set up. Should we withdraw, sir? Let's do that. Fall back for now. See? This is why quality matters when it comes to the viewers. I'm out here narrating, taking the time to walk them through all this, and they're not even pretending to listen. They're just tapping away on some weird gadgets. And now they're running off without leaving any proper comment on their impression. Well, can't be helped, I suppose. Have it your way. And so I grab that bright red line made of braided blood vessels and tendons and just yank it tight in one go. Claws snap into place, clattering out this sharp little rhythm. And along these taut strings, the bones of beasts line up all neat and pretty. There's a unique structural beauty when it all falls into place. All units, disperse and relocate via designated routes. Avoid engagement and move to adjacent corridors. Yeah. No, she's too fat. Flattened and crushed, torn and ripped apart, the uninvited guests are sprayed and splashed across the snow-white walls, leaving crude streaks of red lines. It's a form of art too intense and overwhelming for the undeserving. But once you've breathed in the sight, there's no helping it. Let it dig a scar in your sensibilities for life. So it is Wayfarer Corp. Good to know. We were all kind of wondering when we saw those guys in the artwork, and it was just like, who the heck are these people? But then that's technically an option for the next IDs we get. If they show up in the Intervallo, it could be like the time killing time, where we get the Eurodivi first, and then the next update is T-Corp, because obviously. It could be, we get the ring first, and then next update we're gonna get Wayfarer Corp. And then they're gonna give us the thumb, because they're just holding out on Middle Otis to make me specifically very angry. Anyways. Talking about the IDs themselves. So the one that we all know is good is Rodion. This is... Yeah, Wayfarer Corp are the Limbus partnered company who's trying to replace W Corp. Rodion is kind of insane. A skill 1... Let me see if I can do this math in my head. The raw damage of this skill 1, provided it gets all reuses and damage conditionals, is like... It's like 15 plus 22, so that's 37 times 1.35. That's a lot for a skill 1. Skill 2 having only 2 coins is not the greatest, but it does a ton of damage. Just like Heisho Yisang's skill 2. It was a 22. Yeah, it's a 22, but it only clashes up to a 17. No way anyone is sane in the ring. I don't think any of them are sane in any of them, to be honest. Her skill 3s are both absurdly cracked. Like 60% damage on a 4-coin skill 3 is already really good. It rolls up to a 24, which is kind of average. It's super easy to get the 6 negative effect types. And this AoE is absurd. Maybe for bleed it isn't that bad. Are you referring to Rodion? Because Rodion is a core member of bleed right now, I would say. Her bleed infliction is actually really good. Like, God, it's hot in here. What the heck? Why is it so hot in here? That's not normal. This final coin hitting everybody is really absurd. Because what you have here is 3 free small hits and then an old school ego. When it comes to her mask, because she does really want to have her mask, obviously it's more speed, more bleed infliction, more sinking infliction is not as important. She's actually good in sinking, is the thing. She's not nearly as good as Knight of Despair Rodion, because it's going to be hard to outdo that amount of sinking infliction. But if you don't have Knight of Despair Rodion, then you can't get her right now. So this is a pretty decent alternative. Diechi is still good, but is probably a little dated at this point. But also still unkillable. Like, there's a lot of fights where you can just block with Diechi Rodion and still win. So, once you have this, she becomes really strong. Inflicting Pellet Vibrant 3 times is usually about 3 to 5 turns, from what I've seen. And so, this is like the second fastest. Using Critique twice at its absolute fastest is 3 turns. Which is technically, like, the same speed as Pellet Vibrant, more likely it's going to be 4 turns with the critique, so these are roughly the same speed, but the fastest one is always using their skill 3. It's the only one that you can technically do on turn 1. Usually it'll happen on turn 2, though. And the skill itself should be saved until you are ready to activate that, because obviously. The defense skill is really good. This version of the defense skill is just fine. It's a little worse than her skill 1, if I were to be honest. But usually you're using this to activate critique. And critique is a stronger rules of the backstreets, so there's that. Like 70% damage, 3 final power, and re-roll twice is ridiculous. I feel bad for my Blood Fiend team. I don't. So I really didn't like the aesthetic of the Blood Fiends myself. So except for Dawn, I like the way Dawn looks. But these are aesthetically way better to me. So I don't think that Touche Hardy is good enough. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, by the way. That's how I pronounce it in the video. There's so much French in these kits. Just use multiple bleed teams? No, I don't wanna. But you can. It's like this clashable counter is absurd. What do you think is the current meta team? That's a good question. I want to get through talking about them first. I don't know what condition is faster between 2 critique usages or 3 pallets. So depending on your starting skill, it depends on your starting skill lineup, to be completely honest. If your starting skill lineup is 3 into 2 into 2, then it's 3 infliction. But if your starting skill lineup has any skill 1s in it, and you're forced to use a skill 1, then critique will be faster. Lobster a la Ricardo. It's not any of the middle members in the game, actually. Kiwi came up with a unique outfit just for me. The downside is the new IDs are French. That's not technically a downside. I will say her support passive disappoints me, because the syncing part of it is pretty much impossible to make use of. So yeah, this ID is busted to hell. And so you're pretty much always going to want her in bleed. And if you don't have Knight of Despair Rodion, she is probably the best alternative in syncing as well, because her damage is high enough that it'll make up for it. When it comes to Merceau, this is an ID that a lot of people are calling a 2-star, a double-aught ID and a triple-aught kit. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think he is strong enough to be a triple-aught ID. I do agree that he's significantly weaker than Rodion. Not to say he's bad. First thing about his kit that really annoys me is that his defense skill is just better than his skill 1 in every single way. The only thing the skill 1 has over the defense skill is that it inflicts bleed count, but even then you don't need that on this ID. So, like, new Rhodia is bleed. Got it. Thank you, Casco. Yeah, she's bleed. You have many IDs who are syncing that have lust. Okay, I'm going to open up my syncing team really quick. I don't know how frequently I altered this. Okay, so the IDs here that have lust, we have Faust and Don Quixote. These two would theoretically be brought in active. And then we have Edgar, Gregor, and Wild Hunt Heathcliff. So Wild Hunt Heathcliff, I'll grant you, does have lust always because of his counter. Faust is a lust skill 2, so it's not quite as common. And then Don Quixote is a lust skill 1, so it's pretty common as well. Edgar Gregor is a very rare lust skill. And you could argue that, yeah, you can use ego. Every single one of these has at least one lust ego. Don Quixote specifically is really cheap, so we're not going to talk about hers. For Faust, you're forced to run 9-2 if you want an on-demand lust ego. And that is the worst ego in the entire game. And then Gregor had... What? Does he even have 2 lust ego? I'm pretty sure it's just Garden of Thorns, which is the most expensive ego in the game. So it's like... You can take advantage of it, but it is a lot less consistent than 3 Lust Resonance for a bleed team, is basically my complaint. Also, I don't... I'm gonna be so honest with you. I don't bring Wild Hunt very much. So... That's all I gotta say about that. It's like, the passive is good. I'm not even arguing that the passive is bad. I just don't like that it's, that it requires 4 Lust Resonance in order for sinking to be taken advantage of. If it was 2 Resonance, then it would be a lot better. Wild Hunt feels a bit dated. He is a little dated, but he is also still way more powerful than a lot of the seasonal highlight IDs that we got. Any reason to run Blood Fiends over the ring? Okay, I'm getting to that. To talk more about Merceau, his skill 2 is skill 3 clashing on turn 1 because of this conditional, which is really nice. Skill 3 is actually, like, as powerful as Rodion's if you have the reroll on it, because it's the same amount of damage, and also the third coin is actually better than her last 2 coins, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I don't like that the defense skill just outclasses skill 1. That's something I always don't like in, Wild Hunt aged really poorly. I would disagree with that, considering he's still technically meta in sinking. Like, he is a very good ID. Don't try to misconstrue what I'm saying about it. I will say, Merceau needs Rodion way more than Rodion needs Merceau, is another problem he has. The big thing about that... No, okay, let me rephrase that. Merceau benefits from Rodion a lot more than Rodion benefits from Merceau, is what I should have said. That's because his mauled color conditionals... I think he has more than one. Oh, maybe he doesn't. His mauled color conditional on skill 3 goes by both types of mauled color, so having both him and Rodion on the field means that you get this conditional faster. So, you know. His support passive is insanely good, if I'm being completely honest. So the thing about this Merceau is his bleed infliction is really high, but he doesn't have any AoE. So what happens is this Merceau is the best Merceau to use in bleed when the fight is one big enemy, because he inflicts a ton of bleed potency, so he helps to stack it up really fast. When there are more than one enemy, either Prince or Hornet will be better. If you're running any other Blood Fiends, then Prince is best. If you're not running any other Blood Fiends, then Hornet is probably better. Hornet doesn't inflict as much bleed as the other two, but he is still definitely a bleed ID. And Prince is still a pretty new ID. The things that he provides to a team are all really powerful. Specifically, like look at that. He has so much stuff that he does. And so he's actually still really solid. So while I think Ring Docent Rodion is going to be a mainstay in Bleed, you could theoretically use her as part of a Blood Fiend engine. You can still use Princess. Princess is still fine. I just don't like her. So there's that. Somebody asked earlier what I thought the meta Bleed team is right now. You'll see that Zwei Sinclair is here, and that is correct. I think that the meta Bleed team right now is probably 3 rings, being Faust, Honglu, and Rodion. Those 3 are inarguable. You've also got Night Owl Gregor is always going to be there. And then your last 3 units are going to be some combination of stuff like Ring Yi Sang, the Kurokumos on these 2, Contempt Awe or Kurokumo Rioshu. And then you've got literally any of the 3 Bleed Merceaus up at the top here would also be decent. Yeah, Prince is an anti-stagger for the whole team, which is really good support. So there's that too. Now, that being said, I am going to play the Ring, but not Otis in this Intervallo because they get the bonus. I'm not going to play Otis because I don't like her. She's still going to be equipped. Anyways, yeah, that's my general thoughts about the new IDs. I think that they're both pretty good. I think they made Rodion way more powerful than Merceau. But it also kind of makes sense because Merceau is free, so they don't want to give you something too powerful for free. I say as Kurokomo Heathcliff is here, who is still meta in Bleed, and is also a free ID. So, there's that. Let's get into it, shall we? Funeral? Oh, for, what's his face? I don't remember. I already forgot his name. Hohenheim's friend. The lantern guy. It's like they made Rodius kit and then cut it in half. Yeah, I don't know why Merceau doesn't inflict blue. He's pretty good if you use Regret. I would argue he's probably better if you use Screw Loose Swallow, but that's just me. Martin, that's his name, yeah. A funeral was held for Martin. It's literally on screen. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the Sinners, but never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the Sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of all of them when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that object can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. Merceau doesn't use blue because he is still a student and has no imagination. I guess. But it'd still be nice. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. And every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp. Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Elfie Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity is it. If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. There's potential for us to get the 7 bleed colors. God, I hope not. Is all I'm gonna say to that. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, Manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The Sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories from now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will... I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin, and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died. After one night's sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee that they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Otiose foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered all for the purpose of furnishing with a living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. I wanted cremators in the city as burn-sinking units, but no wonder the city's twisted hustle and bustle renders the profession moot. Yeah, I think the night in the back streets kind of just takes care of it, right? So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor is stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants you to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means that what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good, buddy. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department in their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. Haha. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us and be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. He always sounds like that. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research project in my books. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request of PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. That's just the US. Wait. Tell the Muro scientists to come back. We need that ID. We're not getting it. What does the long recovery ward even mean? And this paid time leave? Yeah, this is apparently PTO. They're paying her to recover. Which, I mean, if she's an important member of the research team, I guess. Because, well, she's part of the ego extraction team. And that's kind of important, so. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I say I'd help with. We gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. What does she even do? Call her some books? I mean, she's just in a hospital, basically. Let me know if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only one keeping me company now were Rioshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gazelle shaft? You seem to have some spare time, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Rioshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute, did Rioshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever this issue came up, but I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. Is it true that 90% of cases your supervisor, manager, whoever the hell is higher above you can just call you back to work immediately? It depends on the type of PTO that you take. It depends on the job. Like, it's true that they can cancel PTO, but not after it's started. Like, the place that I work at, if they approve PTO, you're getting that PTO. There's no questions about it. You're just getting it. Because, in reality, they've already paid you for that time. So it's like, yeah, he's taking the day off, who cares? Certain jobs, like your own vacation, that's PTO, Billary. In the US, it is functionally indistinguishable from vacation time. Because it is the vacation time. You might be thinking of UTO, which is unpaid time off. Which they also can't call me in for. If I have a UTO time, legally they'd have to let me take it. But I do only get 2 of those days every 6 months, so, you know. That's why you get intoxicated 24/7 while on vacation. No, I don't do that because I don't like that experience. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with a relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us, Sue? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were concerned by Don Quixote and a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to share with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2, that is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. PTO laws are state-based? I want to say you're right about that. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Rioshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow has become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, Manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She's regained consciousness. Didn't she get cut in half, though? Like, she was literally bisected at the waist by Matias. Factory where I worked had undisputed PTO unless the factory explodes or is severely understaffed. They won't call me back, and if they did, I would get double the bonus and a free workday checkoff. Oh, nice. On the other side of the pond, paid vacation might as well be sanctity, and if you try to do anything funny to encroach on it, you're in for one hell of a lawsuit. Yeah, that's the thing. If you live in the EU, you get, like, what, 28 days of paid vacation minimum every year? And then, if you try to, like, pass any law in France that infringes on the workers' rights, they kill you. Like, it's just insane to me. 28 days is a whole month, Buildery, if you're talking about February. Keep reading? I am reading. I'm talking to chat. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. I mean, they also kill you if you're an American company? That's fair. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her during the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progression of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following the discussion of the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help? Huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Give this girl a PSP. True! Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt like he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Oh, so you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. But I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, those two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! You all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperations by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. It's so funny because everyone in the community seems to love Kira. So, like, what should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Heh. Family coming from him? A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut, too. Same tastes? Oh, young Rioshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fixed... I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ or I'll SYNC right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Heh, this is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC, that's so random, who even says that? Rioshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. I think Kira is a cute and fun character, and I totally think everyone else at the LCE should hate her. That's fair. I think so too. This was a really easy Intervallo. That's fine. It doesn't have to be difficult. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Heh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Apologies if you hear my dog barking coming through the mic. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it! You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head into the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. What the dog doing? Oh, my dad's going to the grocery store, so he has to attack him. There's a chance I have to go up and calm the dog down, but oh well. Wayfarer. 2 enemy types weak to blunt lust and gloom. I wonder what it wants you to use here. Anyway.
내 작품.
전시 중. 시연회 일정이 잡혔습니까?
내가 움직여야 하는.
Oh, I can't use Gregor. Or Rioshu it is then.
내 차례냐?
책임은
소재가
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도
Actually-
준비하도록.
Hang on. I'm an idiot.
내 작.
전시 준비는 완벽하다. 시연회 일정 소재가 준비됐소. 드디어
There we
내
go.
차례냐?
시선, 집중. 책임은 모두 내가 진다. 나를 점 찍었다.
Sinclair is not coming with. Is her level actually 6-7? Probably is, yeah. I have an image ready for you? What? Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere at the endless stretch of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? It's literally the back rooms, dudes. But this is literally based on the back rooms, isn't it? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. Why didn't you bring Kira? Maestro Kira would have a sister. You know what? I'll bring Kira Ishmael next time. To the next fights. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Allan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Check your DMs. Oh no, what have you done? Oh my god, it is literally an Among Us. Sus. Thank you for that, Buildery. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp. Something we have in common, given that you were both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. Can we see it? It's gonna take me a sec. I would have to, like... Okay, fine. Let me download the image. Put it on my desktop. Sure. I'm gonna delete this later. Hang on. Image. Oh, it was... the last time I used this source was back when I did moving character sprites for the videos? Dang. Anyways. Oh, that's big. Oh, it's underneath the video game. Hold on. Among Us. Anyways. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the centers of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Allan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. The name's Allan, leader of Doorbreach Team 4. Likewise. Sus. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Allan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? I was gonna say that does look like Emma. The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Allan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question when Allan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith Sales Project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. Oh, he's old! I didn't even realize. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in the show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's a gathering materials. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that? She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Allan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Allan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow fell off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Allan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Allan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So frickin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Allan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Okay! Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sinner Rioshu, give Manager Allan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I, H, and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. Tsk. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less a chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. You know, the fact that that is an actual possibility is just hilarious. They can just go through a door and stop existing. It's... Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sinner Rioshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Allan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. A hole in your stomach? No, she was cut in half. Actually. Wayward Passenger V2? I don't want to fight them. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in here. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's a whale from Aid Association Great Lakes, special issue! Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're... Not duh! Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters in on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Man, still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery. Of the school of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and auction house. Allan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Jeez, they're so big. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence is kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear out at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The store is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Allan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. And the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benois, was it? That's right, Émile Benois. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Shh, don't presume. I only remember you because that tactility of hides and guts made for a passable Abe W. At first glance, it looked like Rioshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence! Don Quixote, who'd been shooting the ring members, an incensed glare sparked at the discovery of Kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Allan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eye and saw that she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Hiroshi's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite a fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. Sheen and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Rioshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they know nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Rioshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. Oh, Émile Benois is a woman. Okay. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Rioshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight out on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arashiki, even though it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. Do you think the Blood Fiends are still seeing through that eye? Only if they're still alive. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Émile Benois. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Rioshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Rioshu's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales, why it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls around the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material in a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? Maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow... Ha! Shit. Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. I love that her title is now just Prisoner. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper mender, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha, you must be the new kid Matias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fuck if I know, I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now. Yo, Coffee, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. How are you? Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Got an A for your HR assignment. Nice. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the Organic remnants of sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here, now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM, want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Allan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the Maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. So this is just gonna be a thing now, or not all of them are actually present, but you can use them all anyway. Yep, that's what I figured. 10 enemy... Oh, that's not actually that bad. Alright, what do we got? Feral Falvis, Student of the Ring. Oh, that is certainly a skill. It has gloom color in it for some reason. Does not trigger sinking. Okay. Thank you for that. That's a lot of sinking. If this unit has haste, reuse this coin! Yay! I love that. Before hitting, if target does not have sinking, inflict 3 sinking count. Great. Inflict mauled color blue. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Falvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Flash power up when speed is faster. When killed, inflict mauled color blue on random enemies. Yay! My favorite. Impulsive? These are the bleed ones, I take it. But they still inflict sinking, obviously. Yep, these are the bleed ones. Gain attack power up for every 4 mauled color rouge inflicted. Oh, cool. The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and farity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Oh, they gain offense level just for free. Awesome. Alright. Very cool. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the most important thing. You can start with 10 corpus ingredient. It's genuinely important. Rude. Rodion, you're supposed to be good. That's all I'm gonna say. And then Merceau wins his clash, because of course he does. Check Kira's stat. Oh yeah, I literally forgot to look at Kira. Whoops. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that skill inflicts bleed count. Five coin Violet Breaking Slam. Oh, she's just gonna kill them. I see. Their mold colors have new descriptions, do they? Oh yeah, some say the ring's paint is made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. They are both nigh indelible pigments to take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? I guess. Alright, where's Kira? She is level 65 and has 67 attack. Okay. She is, of course, an ID, so we can look at her skills like this. That's a lot of bleed count. Okay. Passives. Thermal Blaze. Oh yeah, now it's just augmentation tattoos. They crossed out the middle. And now it's just grudge. I see. Not part LCE question mark? Yes. Okay. That's our only actual tag. Awesome. I need at least 3 lust resonance, so, oh wait, that's not clashing. This is probably the most annoying part about clashable, defense skills. Is that they don't do anything if they're not clashing. How does, how fast does he get his 5-coiner? Pretty fast, but again, you don't really want to use it before it's at full power, so, you know. I just realized that was the wrong skill tree. I should have looked at that. Oh well. Oh, they have a counter? I don't care. Why does it go down? What? That's interesting. Okay. God dang it. I have Rosate Desire equipped? Alright. I don't know why. How do you get Ruptured? I thought these guys spam Bleed and Sync. They have the stupid... How did I inflict Rupture, do you mean? That was Yi Sang. Remember, Yi Sang inflicts random garbage with every hit. Unfortunate lack of reuse on that. I should be trying to use Critique. Because it's good. I also haven't actually used it before, if I'm being honest. We could gain the Ring Owl ID in the future. We could, but it's a student ID, so people are going to call it a double aught. Even if it's a triple aught, and it will be, because it is... You know. Remember, all of the ring function based on the enemy having a bunch of different effects, so they are going to inflict a ton of random garbage. They used Trimming the Medium because that guy didn't have enough status effects. Awesome. Oh, this guy's gonna get colored hematically. Told you. There's like 2 people. Okay. Oh, hold on. I haven't used this yet. That's cool. I didn't even realize. It would be a free ID on the rerun? Probably, yeah. Double Lot died with LCE Yi Sang, so you had to know about this fact. I did know about this fact. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. And honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without ending casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Technically, there was a casualty. Tapping away at his device, Allan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf, Clock. And those Falvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must have know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Allan clarified what Rioshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on to the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvist Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place in the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed... Apologies for yawning. The resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new Scabbard's fault? Rioshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Rioshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Rioshu, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Or is it a sentient sword? This prevents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. So, this is something I thought about, and it makes sense from a storytelling perspective now that we've seen a lot of stuff. Shut up, Honglu. You're gonna keep talking when I hit confirm anyway. But all of the sinners probably have some inherent trait. I've never listened to this voice line all the way through. They all have some inherent trait that makes them a valuable asset to possess for the company, right? If I look at all of them, Yisang made the mirror, so, like, there's that. Faust has the Gazelle Shaft, which is obviously exceptional. Don Quixote is a second kindred blood fiend with the souls of like a ton of blood fiends in her or something. I don't really understand how it works. Rioshu has the sword, which is a relic, which is obviously very important, and also has that time blood thing that got mentioned and never brought up again. We don't know about Merceau yet. He's probably got something. Honglu is rich. I think you could technically say his eye, but I think his eye is just a camera. It's not really that important. Heathcliff has the Wild Hunt. We learned from an interview that the Wild Hunt is just something Heathcliff can do. So not only can he move between mirror worlds, he's also canonically a necromancer. So there's that. Ishmael we don't know. Rodion we don't know. Sinclair has the mark that lets him interact with and become future versions of himself at the very least. Otis we don't know yet. And Gregor is a bug, apparently. The Wild Hunt is real? Yeah, that interview, they basically just said, the Wild Hunt is just an ability of Heathcliff. Jamu imply the eye is more than just a camera? Yeah, it probably is, but we don't know enough about it yet. The Time Blood thing has to do with her wielding Ariashiki. That, I mean, yeah. Sinclair has the ability to spoil. Yeah, that's true. Sinclair's voice actor did spoil things. That's true. Gregor is Gregnant, I guess. Anyway, no, not the mirror dungeon. I click on that button too often. Let us continue. Bugs are very valuable in my opinion. Mine too, Newbird. Don't worry, I agree. Onheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cabinets, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research suggests that, such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner Number 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Wild Hunt has to be Heath's inherent thing, because how the hell does he show up in the first place? I thought it was because they are wearing an identity of him. Is how they explained it. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The Scabbard rattled at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Rioshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Rioshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. The first time is because he used Linton's sister as a body, and then Linton himself. Yeah, that was the thing. Time to get to Sinclair, then... Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. What? Also, hold on. I have to stop for a moment. Because I have to post that the ID overview is live. Because it is. Or should be, rather. I don't know, YouTube breaks sometimes. Yeah, it's live. Okay. Sorry, this will only take a moment. Should probably use available and not live because that would be weird. I hope that this doesn't become a regular thing where I'm releasing videos. Did you? Oh no, it didn't. Mid stream, because I don't actually like doing that. For obvious reasons. Forgot to repost them as well. With director's commentary. Shush. It's time for us to watch the overview together. I'm not gonna watch the overview on stream. I already gave you my opinion of the IDs in the stream. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Bridge, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate question, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best to make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verge. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE's supplies as well? Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. You can't say that. The lines on Virgilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Rodion is not Raskolnikov. That's true. It's a little strange that she has a different last name, isn't it? Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. She did say the thing. Vespa addiction What? Vespa's addiction to arms has been moved to snacks. Soon he will be able to function without gorging himself. Romanovich isn't her last name, though it's her dad's. It should be Romanova, not Romanovich. So it's Romanovich because the Rodion in the book is male. I believe. It's a patronym. I can see it.
Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult.
Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it.
If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place.
Her father was named Roman. Yeah, that's what I figured. By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson?
Wait, then those guys see you do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia?
I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then.
Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think.
Maybe you know. Those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it.
Aye, that doth seem plausible.
So none of that is information we can confirm yet.
Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present.
This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently but no means by which the hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. You don't know? So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and, I had to fill out some questionnaires, too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case...
That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures.
If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested?
Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation.
You go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then.
Tricks from back then?
Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right?
Not just that. He was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly, too.
This does give a chance for trans Rodion. Not likely story-wise, but possible. You aren't wrong. What? That glowing ring thing?
Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon.
I used the glowing ring thing? They're calling it that, huh?
This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it.
Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone?
Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability?
I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? No. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique gear, something like that. Look at it. That Black Coney leader. That Lei Heng prick. And the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of 'em's finger, ain't they?
The notion seems to unravel. For even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius, too.
So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turn their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Sheen, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources.
Rumors?
They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. But there exists a power called Sheen, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs.
A rumor among fixers, sayest thou?
Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really, spread through hearsay.
Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest Mag Bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny Mang wrapped around the weapon. Okay, we can kill her now, right? It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape. Alas, for many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers.
As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Sheen grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use.
You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind?
I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself is little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Sheen. She's labeled as prisoner. No. It's not related to the sinners. She's a prisoner because she's a prisoner. She's not actually a member of the middle because they don't like her anymore, I guess. As the Yellow Harpoon says,
It is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Because he's a garbage fighter, that's why. Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold on to the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Sheen or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. Think we're getting Chekhov's gun with that extraordinary circumstance comment? Probably. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sitters slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about what happened around the LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Rioshu returned. Dang, there's a lot of talking in this Intervallo so far. How many stages are there? Oh, right, it doesn't tell you until you've cleared all of them. Don't answer that question. Benketsu. I forgot they made that change so it doesn't spoil you. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand why what Hohenheim meant by will now. Do you want a time frame? I don't know, a couple people in my Discord beat it in like 3 hours. So. There's 67 stages. I hope not. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment.
I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibilities, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Rioshu's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the Scabbard itself would also be necessary. Coordinate with Allan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Okay. We beat it in 3 hours because we weren't reading everything out loud. You know what? Fair. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. It took me 6.7 hours for me to finish this Intervallo. I'm gonna throw you against a wall. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Rioshu, and I have been checking where each backdoor leads. Oh, and Kira, too. The prisoner of war, executive manager? Me talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. I think she's kind of just over it. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment but I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Hey, Scarvy. How are you? Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. The research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Allan again. Wait, so what was the title of the stage meant? They didn't explain it. Saru? The dog? Wait a minute. Alright, let's change Ishmael to be the right Ishmael. And that means equipping Ardor Blossom Star. I don't know why I even had Wingbeat equipped. It's not very good. And in that case, I'm also not going to bring Heathcliff in the lead. I'm going to bring Rioshu.
책임은 나를
퀘스트 확인했어요.
Oh no, the dog. Yeah, the dog.
이 대검은 당신의 검이자 방패가 돼요.
This way we have 2 Kiras. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she only offered vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Allan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Allan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. Wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Allan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Allan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Rioshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Rioshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in part, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. My memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah. Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk past the Rioshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I give her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Sorry? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Rioshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem unlike the young Rioshu. Hey, Clock. You said you could show them my memories willy-nilly. No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Rioshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? It's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lindeo and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Rioshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Rioshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru...
would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate that she had died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? I see it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way! I always knew there was some creepy stuff with the Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, a right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it with adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking here and all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing, then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd still want to steal well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never accept the understanding of others. That uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Suno cringed at himself so hard when reading out Kira's lines. I'm cringing too, I'm just not doing it audibly. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you even end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved and Rioshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from nightmares. In the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of Ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspections complete, we quickly followed Rioshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Ooh. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem? It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Rioshu everything we knew about Araya, but it'd never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya.
The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Rioshu's memories, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Allan pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places we ended up at stirred Rioshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou hadst sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more?
They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks.
Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it.
Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies.
Watching him sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with him. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques? Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. It's probably in a nest, so no way he'd cause trouble since they get all their guys from the backstreets. Yeah, probably not. This is just gonna pop up every single fight, huh? It's a little annoying, honestly. Oh, god dang it. You sang you're bad. Oh. I don't need that much lust resonance, I'm realizing. But that's struggling, so I'm still going to use it. You can use anything else. You're not flashing as well. This is still better because it's more multicolor. Dante's abusing Malcute power? Well, he's not supposed to have it yet, if you remember right. I think a ring member could just walk into a nest and walk a dog and leave. Rioshu wasn't a member of the ring. She was technically a member of the index. That's the thing. Like she wasn't technically part of any of them specifically. Free from 3 Lust Res Gaming? Yeah, now I'm only on 2 Lust Res Gaming. Oh, that was actual Kira. They look so similar. Also, are any of her skills like... I mean, this one's obviously insanely good, but... So much bleed count. They really want you to use the ring in this one, huh? Okay, doesn't have enough debuffs, so I'm not going to use that. We can power counter it, though. Why did I do that? It's not even critique. Imagine calling Ringy Sang bad 2 years ago. I know, right? Yeah, they're playing the boss music for these guys. It's really strange. Like, I used the new battle musics for the video because I figured you would hear them, to be honest with you. So, The second rat skill reuses coin 3 times. Oh, okay. Imagine if Callisto went through that door to, like, paint something and feathers and high rankers just see the massive thing painting. I mean, who's to say it might have even happened? Maybe they just didn't care. You know? Bonk. It feels so weird. Like, I get that Faust has to be similar to Albina, but it feels like she's, like, more important than the rest of them. You know? Let's target that guy. God, you're annoying. Heard the argument that it's the gallery music. I mean, it might be, but I don't think it played during the last one. I could be wrong, by the way. I wasn't paying that much attention to it. She is Paus, I guess. It just feels so strange, you know? It's like Leihang Merceau obliterating his own hat at the end of the turn. He gains his special bullets. New battle music played in the previous battle. Okay, so it's just a little weird. Got it. Oh, that's the big one. Bonk. Shouldn't have angered the puppy girl. We played the first time the fight against Albina and Ren. Yes, I know. I was referring to the last fight in the Intervallo. Remember walking their dog, but it's a corporist walking a Falvis. That's really creepy, actually. Please never say that again.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Somehow I doubt it.
Is that all of them? Rioshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't this just the first wave? Had more of the sods legging it from the back line, they'd been lurking somewhere else.
According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor.
Another corridor?
What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to?
The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the Corridor of the Middle Nurse Father.
Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connecting loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated.
Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on a decision.
Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so...
I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Rioshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. It's gonna be him every single time, I have a feeling. School! Oh, 4 enemy types. Yippee! So if those are all standard enemies, we've already encountered more standard enemies in this Intervallo than the entire last Canto.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch, too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be.
Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off.
Yeah?
Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know, so come with this way if you want in. Those two doors here made from paper and wood, they connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp's back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors for herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Allan, we checked the doors one by one.
Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation.
Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time.
I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment.
Did I say something wrong?
Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff.
Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey, some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secured. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market.
Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Allan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Do intervallos usually have zero voice acting? Yeah, when a new intervallo comes out, they're typically non-voiced, and then they receive voice when the botgak of them come out. They do it that way to give the voice actors breaks in between large stretches of voice segments. So when they were voicing Canto 9, they also voiced the botgaks for the intervallos that we are getting this season. Not the new intervallos. They also probably voiced like the April Fool's event and stuff like that, because those are voiced typically. So at least that was the reason that was given to us. I have no idea if that's the truth or not. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors.
Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for the job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, their partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door.
Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time.
I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled to the tip of my one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere at the Great Lake area, it seems.
Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship.
Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon de Milo, the private hair salon? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him.
Oh, doth it signify that then, that we shall finally be made an audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious?
Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lad. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake?
Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put it the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge?
Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore.
Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Muro place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I...
What am I even yapping all about, all excited? Kira had seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away.
Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so I... But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated?
Matias gave you that unesthetic BC?
Heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things.
For some reason, Rioshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with the Rioshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along.
At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within me. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this is Yoshide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. Good man, at least amongst the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayst? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Rioshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Rioshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory of her that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshide. I'll register to you an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Heh.
Rioshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astonished scoff and a look of mild irritation. I don't know, man. The relics seem like they're not fun to wield. Like, Odin's Eye literally gives you head trauma. And it seems like trying to use the sword Rioshu has just makes it impossible to remember things. Those aren't good traits. Clock. You deserve a smack. What? I don't think I read that, but I don't care. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I will tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we'd even learning about corporist stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of the slog is, tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. Oh, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder stuff is just... I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. And bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. You're home early. Oh, man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Heh. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What?
Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You heard of member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book.
Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Huh? Haha, there you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after.
Dad?
I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he?
How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matias. He took a lot away from me just to get a feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. Onzai causes a headache? No, it causes more than a headache. Does Leviathan have a backlash? I don't know. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Rioshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. Doesn't it give him burns as well? I mean, I guess. It's doing that thing again. Rioshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days later, that Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back?
Shut at you. That ain't it. Look here, those blokes walking out of the salon. Found us, ain't they? They found us.
It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Falvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop.
Bloody hell, what?
Don't you know where we are? We are smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders, too.
Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit.
Well then, let's do as Kira says. Wait, what? Callisto's love language is gift-giving. Never said it was good love language. You know what? Sure. Did Callisto just show up in the academy and like, hey, can I take those heads? It's for my daughter. I mean, probably, actually. They're all members of the ring, after all. Waste not, you know? That was quick. Allan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence.
Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage with the infiltrators from the ring.
This location, you say? Oh, wait.
That door leads to a zone under a syndicate or wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then.
Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Falvists began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. I have a feeling this is going to have some complications to it, or something. Because, he's doing this a lot. Oh, and now we get to hear the middle music. Great. Alright, what are you? Spontaneous. This looks rather identical to the other ones that are owls. Yeah, they look almost identical. And what are you? Instinctive. And you look identical to the other one, so I'm not even going to bother. There's probably some menial difference between them, but I don't care. Oh, wait, hold on. You're clashing. Excellent. What do you mean one side? Oh, because it's a friggin' counter, isn't it? I don't know how you guys think Callisto is somehow the best father by process of elimination. No, he's not good. None of them are good. Let's be real. So are we just gonna go through one memory for each Nurse Father, then? That's what it kind of seems like. Oh, that was the Unbreakable. Most of the times it's resistances. Really? Weak to Lust, Gloom, Blunt. Oh, I guess I should check the ones that are actually present. Nope, they're exactly the same, I think. Yeah, they're exactly the same. Wait. I was gonna say different defense level, but he has defense level down, so it doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, that guy has enough debuffs. Excellent. You are cringe! At least I resist it, so I'm not at risk of getting staggered. Ring Rodion is supposed to use counter first? I mean, you can, but you don't use critique unless they have enough debuffs, so... You want to use her counter against enemies that have at least 3 negative effects. And I lost the clash, so it doesn't even matter. Actually, it still counts as using the skill, so... When you're low-key a ring artist, in a ring art test, but your friend talking about some Falvis Ex Corporis stuff, so you gotta not laugh or else the teacher will low-key slime you into the next corridor. I hate that. Best Nurse Father is unironically Shioyoru, like at least she was upfront and genuine in her hatred. I guess. But, like, it's still not good. Wow, I'm... Why do I have this equipped? What the heck is wrong with me? I'm gonna use it, because I want to win this clash, but... This is not going great. Sure.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Do you like the new Rodion idea? Very much, yes.
움직일 수 있는 오직 나. 깨어져라.
She's puppy. That's what matters here. Kira, stop dying.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
I'll wait to use that, actually. Alright. Guess I'll just never use critique, I suppose. What would you say is the most interesting ring school? I mean, it is probably Fauvism.
저희 뼈를 그려잡고
If you mean, like, which one am I most interested in, it's, oh, what is it called? Exceptionalism or something like that? I don't remember what the word is. It's the one that we haven't seen anything from yet.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
I just forget what the name is. Suprematism, that's it. Just because it's the only one that we don't know anything about. Because, the Pointillists show up, the Fauvists show up, the Cubists show up in Leviathan, and then we don't know anything about Suprematism. And those are the four big ones, apparently. Does gaze work as a debuff for conditionals? Yes, it does. Anything, any effect with red text as a name is a debuff. Oh my goodness, I'm only that far in? There's just no way. Alright, can you stop talking, Honglu? Okay, and that about wraps up the Middles corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole easier. So, whoa, I clicked. It's all thanks to your manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that! In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Heh. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Allan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, That deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city.
Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here.
Thanks a ton. Well then. With Allan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring.
Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude.
Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier.
Haha, fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall.
This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss the issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of...
Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see?
And ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen.
I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the slight earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're here.
I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me.
Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this?
That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him.
He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away?
Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Rioshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Interesting story was what that one was. Pinky members we know: Rioshu, Zilu, Shigong, Kongshu, Shiomi Yoru, Araya, Leiheng. And you forgot about Ren. But yeah. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. It can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm.
Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it'll become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How?
I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners. Even if they killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure?
I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us.
Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I actually accidentally murdered some of you.
It's a bit saddening to hear that.
You know how it is, Hong Lu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-competent Lake Yisang, made me hope for a life of that. Didn't sound too bad. We all know how that went, though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. Same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes to the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from your past, you'd come to a pause and spare a look toward the path you'd walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger on for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time? I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Oh, well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud for the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone that may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh.
Duh? It's supposed to be obvious.
Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw him together. Oh yeah, you went down fighting you guys in the end, huh?
Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died.
Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides.
Really? That lad?
And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong, because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about bringing sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt I owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Senator Rioshu. Hopefully that touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag these gross pests from? Mom, you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easily. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you? Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to... Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck-deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called the Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, so did the edge of her inner profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. New thumb rank? No, the Consigliere is like a messenger. Don't ask why I know this. It's not important. But it's basically a messenger. But doesn't that mean that back door will just drop us into the trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps in any way. She was ousted in the House of Spiders after being supplanted in 3 days after the Smoke War, where she got the Family of the Thumb. This wasn't the Smoke War, this was a different war. I think. Because the Smoke... Oh, wait, no. It is the Smoke War, isn't it? Because that was only 10 years ago during this. Yo, what's up, Shiver Alekworth? Can the Consigliere get their tongue cut? Probably. I imagine they're just ranked, too. No, I was like, my brain wasn't working right. Because in my head, it's like, oh, the Smoke War happened before Rioshu was born. But she's not that young. She's not that old, rather. She's like in her 40s, probably. And also, it was 10 years ago.
It's not incomprehensible, because it was during L Corp's time, which is not that long ago. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? Rioshu's 27? Yeah, she's not that old. If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. Did Kim Ji-hoon make a continuum mistake? No, he didn't. The smoke war wasn't that long ago.
While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp psychotherapy centers.
Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. With one arm, he gently opened the door.
Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh right, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters.
Thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Why is it suddenly not messy? What the heck? How did that happen? Somehow people got the idea that it was because of the rank, that it was Smokeware that she got her rank. No, I didn't think that necessarily. It's just... Oh! Well, the number's red, actually. There.
시 세계문 모두 나를 점 찍었다면 퀘스트 5 4
He's pretty good in a late slot anyways. How the crap could she be in the house before getting outside? They were all in the house before... What? Before getting ousted. I mean... Rien was still part of the index. Is all I'm gonna say. They weren't all ousted. It was just... You know. This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellows. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to people. Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet here. Vet hire," and I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. It was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait! Oh, you folks must be the account that guys in the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so, how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with the vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? Haha, what do you think? His seat messes his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you the Special Employment Fellow's Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up on the HR report. Guess what he said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing a fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's whatever anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, also, the wiki isn't official. They can be wrong. Haha, yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got here. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals? Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? You actually sound older when I voice you. Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmares of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. We're lucky Ted was in a good mood. I don't think we would have survived a fight with him. You know what? True. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same thing to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. So, my guess, Lumiere, is that this building was probably not an office building back during the war, and they were using it for, like, an outpost. Still live on. Just live on. I don't think she was leading a group in the flashback. I think she was just fighting in the war. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allan figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man! It's those asshats again! Weird. The corridor's not in a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the Ring Nerf's father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Okay, Dante. Have you seen the Heathcliff interview stuff yet? Yes, I have seen the Wild Hunt stuff. It's very funny. That's obviously not going to be an enhanced counter. Why would I even use it? To be real with you, I'd rather have Gregor than Rioshu right now, I think. Gregor's just so much more powerful. Okay. Sorry, I refreshed the stream thing because Scarpy said black screen. So I was trying to make sure I was still connected, and it is. Anyway, that is not going to be enhanced either. Are you enhanced? No, absolutely not. Oh, wait. One-sided guard. I hate everything. This is like... I think this is the most annoying thing I've found about this ID, is that in non-focused fights, I can't do anything. Because there's nothing to do. Nobody has enough debuffs since I can't force my target to somebody who does. And it really stinks. I think these new IDs are definitely going to be way better in focused fights than they are in non-focused ones. I mean, which is true for a lot of IDs, actually. So, I'm not surprised, but... It's only 3. That guy has only 2, so there's no point. What are we genuinely fighting the new Railroad 6? Well, they said they're going to be enemies from the last 2 cantos, right? So, Heisho's, the Thumb, the Ring, like, you're going to be seeing a lot of different stuff. And then there's going to be the abnormalities that they skipped too. The Centipede Apostle and Will You Play. Maybe even Burning Duchess will be there. I kind of doubt it, but... I literally only bring up Burning Duchess because it's a seasonal ego for some reason. What? Oh, that's Rodion, that's why. That's so annoying. She hasn't won a single clash this entire time. That's impressive. And there's really nothing I can do about it. Sorry. The puppy girl just did not do good this fight. Hype for the dragon app. Oh yeah, Ying Long will probably be there, and Butterfly of Entangled Lives, I think is what it's called. It's weird, because the train route ends in 2 different places, so it'll be a little weird either way. Wow, she won those? What? Imagine we fight both the dragon and the Trichiliocosm Butterfly, or whatever you call it, in the same fight. I really hope not. 3 Vav Abno fights? At least 2 of those are probably Vav Abnos. Yinglong has 1 HP survival and nukes you. No, what it'll be is Yinglong will eat you, and then you have to fight its heart. Yes, I hit win rate. I don't care anymore. Can't wait for you to see the 2 biggest reasons I like this Intervallo. Only 2? I don't know, it's been pretty good so far. We're about 4 hours in. I mean, to be fair, the first 45 minutes wasn't playing the Intervallo, so I can't be that specific about it. Oh, we're inflicting burn now, by the way. I forgot that I did Envy Resonance somehow. Imagine next week IDs is another class of the ring. I mean, maybe.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 3가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
I'm more awake now and the stream is still going. It seems like this is a long intervallo, so at the very least, I have analyzed that it's a maximum of 9 combat stages. Because this only tracks combat stages. So we're about halfway through, I would guess. Basement. Oh, these are different enemies, aren't they? This fight is continuable. Wait a minute. Were the other ones continuable? Oh yeah, they were. That's... Oops. I didn't mean to do that. This is a different enemy type. I didn't know the progress bar only tracks combat stages. Yeah, because they don't... Oh, what would be the point of tracking the non-combat stages, you know? Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes, and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have off today? Yeah, but thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Haha. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor? I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, 3 times. Whipped cream? Okay. I'm not going to read the rest of that comment. Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here.
Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them?
It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my collections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal.
No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the pinky and the index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness.
How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora.
Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character.
Well, the Arashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between.
I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime.
I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Rioshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence.
Oh!
YouTube has this feature? Hello, Kamui. I didn't know that this was a thing you could do on this website. How did you stream? Are you drunk? You're probably a little drunk. He sends his vodka? I don't even like vodka. Yo, Lucio. Okay. That's new? Yeah, it must be, right? He's drunk? I believe it. He said he was drinking every single note of a mirror dungeon? Yeah, sounds drunk to me. That's a lot of nodes. I think, that's minimum, like, 20-something nodes? 66! Oh, right. I forgot. He always does to floor 15. Oh, hold on. My phone's ringing. 1 second. Spam call. Spam call. Spam call alert. Hello, Mr. Johnson? Yeah, that's not my name. Kaz didn't follow the new YouTube trend. I don't drink. There was one, I did a stream. I was playing a Pokemon game, and I took a shot every time a Pokemon I had fainted. And I got through 2 bottles, and I said, I'm not drinking the other 4, because I was already very tipsy. Kamui, are you actually okay? He hasn't said anything in chat. He said, yo, Lucio, and then disappeared. He'll probably be fine. He's done it before. You drank the other 4? Yeah, eventually. I just didn't do it on the stream. He said he was going to take a fat nap. That sounds about right. It's like 2 a.m. You know what? Fair. He died, I think. Yeah, he's probably just out of bed. He sounded like he was close to passing out. To be fair, I have been awake a long time. So, he did it without food. Okay, now that's not good. A bottle of wine in celebration last night with friends, but alcohol is rough sometimes. I could never binge drink. I don't think that's binge drinking. He had water, though. That doesn't help. You can only throw up if there's something to throw up. Fun fact. Yeah, that's gonna be a strong hangover, and I'm gonna notice it after I wake up. He did a drinking stream and slapped Lucio. Now, like, the I keep my liver clean comment is great, but you eat things with sugar, right? 66 shots ain't a binge. It's a lot, but it's happening all at once. He doesn't, like, do this every night. Binge drinking is habitual. This was done for a stream. Oh, he roleplayed as Lucio. Oh, I see. Oh, as Valentina. I mean, he does wear a hat. I should probably continue. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Rioshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. He's doing it for the Valentina ID when it drops, apparently, with some others. I'm not surprised. Alright, see you later, cheese wheel. He's Australian, he can handle it. Now, okay. So something you all might not know about me is I grew up in Wisconsin. And if there's one thing about Wisconsin you need to know, it's that the only country in the planet that outdrinks them is Ireland. So... just keep that in mind. I am a lightweight, to be completely clear. It does not take me much to get tipsy. Oh god, not that place. It's okay, I don't live there anymore. So, it's fine. Have your cheese hat? No, I don't like cheese as much. I have textural problems with cheese. Can you tell that it was not exactly the best place for me to grow? Probably head to bed now. Good night, Faye. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove Seal's like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword is totally power creeps Papa's. T.O., there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU, they rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. What was that for, Rioshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Rioshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. We've forgotten the cheese, Gromit. It takes me more than a single drink, but I do get tipsy fast.
I won't STSLSYLC until you barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read into it too much, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Rioshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked at him out of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Allan waiting. Araya's gonna erase Sinclair? God, I hope not. He's strong, dude. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he walked through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Who are you here, Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Ugh, sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rion's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Rioshu's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it, though? Otis knows God? No, the gods of the city are a real thing. Oh, good, this battle theme. Alright, prescript chasing proselyte of the Index, and prescript chasing... Oh, they all have the same name. What have you got for me? The prescripts target the Index. Okay, cool. I didn't need that part. Skill... Ooh. Oh, this is a focused encounter. Oh, I get... Okay. Very cool. This is just a stronger skill. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paperslip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms of the prescripts take?
Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note, yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, to the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, it is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Yeah, new enemies, finally. Insect? Wait, what? No. You're wrong. It's literally Faust's index ID, yeah. Alright, well, I can actually control where my attacks are going now, so, I can make this make sense. I just need to make sure Gregor is not clashing. That's the big thing. Yeah, that'd be fine. Go. Oh, she actually won. I was not expecting that. Bro, you cannot roll tails on this right after Rodion wins her skill 1 clash without flipping heads. Come on. Can't believe these guys were data mined back in January. I mean, to be fair, Index Nurse Father's sprite sheet was data mined back in November. So, like... Shiki only erases from a single world instead of all worlds. Yeah, that makes sense. Bonk. Oh, that's not just in a clash where he gets weakened. Okay, cool. Yippee, Faust! Okay, let's see. Who has the target? It's still Gregor. I guess it's not gonna change, huh? Gregor, you are not allowed to clash. Have a nice day. Oh, do you have... Yeah, you don't have red. I mean... Rodion doesn't have her skill 3, so I guess it doesn't really matter if she clashes with that one guy. How many... There were 8 enemies. Good lord. Actually, there's a chance Gregor doesn't kill here, so, Dang, Merceau's reliable. What the heck? Do these guys even have weaknesses, or are they just neutral to everything? Because the thing didn't show anything. The fuck is this accent? I'm just saying shit, man. I'm gonna be so honest. He rolled full tails. I mean, he's at 0 SP. That's what, 3 50% chances? Plus one other 50% chance? Oh, hey, Kira. I forgot you were here, honestly. Oh, they changed target. Okay, good. Now Gregor can clash. Ishmael is not allowed to clash, though. Actually, what am I doing? There, that works. What? Oh, okay. These index enemies bricked your game when they got to 3 grace while the game first updated. Cool! So that's what that bug they fixed was. Very cool, Project Moon. See, Gregor's great. When he actually clashes, he does awesome. Oh, she's just gonna use this every turn, huh? Oh, she flipped tails, so she's like, whatever. Okay. I mean, that guy's dead 100% of the time. Yippee! Alright, let's just do the normal thing.
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh, don't die. Oh, no. Dang it!
이거 공감 맞지?
I didn't realize how much bleed they had.
렛 브레이크 슬램.
Rodion, I get it. You like pasta. Shut up about it. It's fine. Let her live her life. Okay. Thanks, Merceau. You were at...
짜증나게.
I was gonna say you were at 45 SP, but he lost because the other guy rolled heads. So, like, you know. Oh, blood. It's not even upgraded. Oh well. I have no good skills. This is so cringe.
빠르게 처리하지.
No closing time. Sad. Very sad.
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사하다.
I should have maybe attacked this guy with some of my better skills, huh?
여기가 네 약점인가?
영감이 떠올랐어.
There, I did it. I didn't even check their resistances. I'm pretty sure they're just neutral to everything. Take a shot every time Honglu is the MVP. That's every fight! What do you want from me? What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of the other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there, up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs.
걸작을 자아낸 나.
Okay, I was wrong. Honglu did not get MVP somehow.
어떤 평가를 내주실지.
I don't even know how it was him. He's not that good. Oh, this is just more index, guys. Sad. We're getting there. Yeah, I guess I'll use a box. I forgot that there was an event that I needed to play today, and, I mean, you can see where that ended up. I kind of want to stop using Middle Ishmael for now. Like, it's funny to have both of them, but I'd rather have a team that functions better, you know?
소재
드디어 내 차례냐?
책임은 모두 베스트.
서두르지 말고 느긋하게.
Don't disrespect Ringsang. He is the worst. He is arguably the worst member of the Ring currently deployed. Oh, we're up to 5 of them now. Faust isn't allowed to clash. That's a little annoying, but not that big of a deal, I guess. Okay, that's a bigger deal. Nope. Yeah, she can clash anyway, so I don't care.
속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
Why am I rolling so high? Well, it's giving me 3 clash power off of offense level. Are these guys only like level 55? What's going on? Made sure to say currently deployed so I didn't counterattack during Otis. Yeah, I know. That was the thing, because I know Otis is the actual worst one, but I think it's debatable whether or not Merceau or Yiseng is weaker overall. I think Merceau is probably better, but I don't have a definitive answer.
짜증나게.
Oh yeah, I guess I could have... If Contemptor Rioshu's ever faster than Rodion, I can critique. That's true. These have enough. This guy... I need to keep alive. You're so cringe, Merceau. Actually, I need you to hit this guy. Okay, that's also struggling. Great. You know what? Just evade it. And then you target that guy.
점 찍었네.
We should get the mask for the first time this stream, because that guy should have enough debuffs now.
합격장.
After, Rioshu's attack. Oh, that's why he couldn't clash for shit. That guy had the mark. Don't you dare. Thank you. Did Kira just kill the guy I was targeting with the thing? Okay, good. I would have been so disappointed if Kira did that to me. She hasn't let me down yet. Ow.
내가 공부력 때문에 내지 않고
Puppy!
특별히 보여줄게.
Hopeless! Oh wait, she has the thing, doesn't she? Yeah, okay. I sounded so happy when I said hopeless. What was I thinking? Bleh. Okay, that's really annoying. How am I gonna clash with these guys? This skill is kind of brutal. And it's because of the poise that they have. I'm noticing. I don't want you to clash. And pasta. Because you were still high from the puppy part? True. Wait, wrong Falvis. Yeah, no, Merceau is the cat. Turns out I have no charge potency. That's okay. Have some bleed, stupid. Wait, what? Decay makes the counters gain 5 final power? Ring Merceau is a dog? Nope. Incorrect. You want me to translate Sheen to English real quick for you? Because it doesn't mean dog. It does mean dog. I'm messing with you. I'm literally just messing with you. Don't worry about it. Why you? Of all people, why were you the one that was able to clash? Stupid. I'm using regret. I don't care.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
Oh my god, I forgot it gains like 20 clash power. I was really concerned for a second.
감사합니다.
완성되었나?
So I never got the guaranteed she-ish. What?
경외감 속에 숨어.
Oh, I played on a bad device when Limbus released, and during the tutorial my game crashed and I skipped past the whole tutorial, so I never did the first guaranteed draw, so I never got she-ish. That's hilarious.
항상 저희
It is nice that her alternate skills sparkle, though. I'm glad they put some indication that lets you know whether or not they'll trigger. Because, oh, regret did not activate because I killed the guy too efficiently. Alright. I'm so good at this game.
어떤가?
Guy refused to bring Kira-ish, but he brings Night All instead. I'm literally playing the video game as intended. This is what a bleed team looks like. Anyways, regret. This
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
very cool animation, Faust. She leaps up into the air and the guy spontaneously combusts. These guys take a while to kill. Chat, is Casco stupid? He didn't bring She Faust. I'll bring She Faust if you think I need to. I'll do it. I have her leveled up. You wouldn't be able to stop me if I wanted to. I'm so hungry. I just felt my stomach start to hurt.
이제 친해졌네요. Adieu.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? It's like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering everything and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. It's a very familiar room, yeah. I mean, I think that's the point, right? Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings. And dolls, too. Oh, it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. The pizza box is missing? That's true. Are you searching for something in particular, Rioshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rodion. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Rioshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Rioshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Rioshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Rioshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No. Don't. Nah, Rien's dead.
이 날카롭고 거친 궤적.
We're not getting him back.
실처럼
Oh,
엉망진창으로
wait.
드러내진 이 흉터들.
Sangria?
설마
Oh, I see what the...
거미집이 성공한 거야?
The bus!
잠깐,
Okay,
이럴 때
sorry.
뭐지? 돌아가서 마에스트로 씨에게 말해줘야 해. 이 복도 어딘가에
Oh, this is gonna be the boss fight, I bet.
할 만한 걸작이 있다는 걸.
Wait a minute. Why does this cost modules? I'm a little worried.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Rioshu's memories back together. Great work! Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't even have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help.
Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance.
Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Allan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room to help tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that?
I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit.
It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the area Shiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky apprentice. I TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only made sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your Scabbard's shaking? The reviews were glowing. One of them was YUM, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouthwatering. The Scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Rioshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and temagayaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? AF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
So I want octopus sausages, temagayaki, and...
Why are we making sausages out of an octopus?
No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses.
And why are we cutting sausages... What? Sausages into octopus shapes?
Because it's adorbs, that's why.
Something like this.
What's that?
Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup.
Come on, I didn't mean like a real like octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay.
Isn't all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important?
But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
IDU.
Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you?
It means I don't understand. Sauges.
That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH.
These must be some of the happiest memories Rioshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a Scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Rioshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places... You want to check out what's upstairs, too. As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop.
Wait.
Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet.
I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. We can figure out the reason why they prevented Nest migration to K-Corp and I-Corp specifically if you read the K-Corp storyline and the Roland realization story. Really, I do not remember them good enough. I mean, we know what K-Corp was like. They're very territorial. I guess I can say. We don't know anything about I-Corp. This way, manager. And Merceau, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where he had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emile Benois said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Puppy! Don't say, whoa, those are huge. Okay. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even through her face, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Rioshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders is fallen, and that Rioshu currently has possession of the area Shiki. They want Rioshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Rioshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Rioshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Emile was a real-life French musician. Well, all of the maestros of the ring are named after actual artists. I mean the cubist maestro that is in Leviathan is literally named Pablo, like Picasso. Guys, run first. I will hold her back. Okay. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might. Or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng. I doubt the second one, but Ricardo, sure. Pablo's a maestro? Yeah. Thought Emile Benois was based on one of the founding artists of Falvism. I mean, he's named after somebody, though, is what I mean. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of a half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded, has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His recovered from the house were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you will be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrety with which you scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Oh, I see what you mean, Kaido. Because that would cause them to revert to the smoke, and that would be bad. Why does the ring go nuts when they see epic art? They're artists. I can't make it any more simple. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art. Or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claim to have seen you clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. More keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Rioshu read your Scabbard. Pointillists, Fauvists, Suprematists, blow writers, cubists. I visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Alas, it is all one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Lower Writers is an art trend of drawing blue horse. Is that real? That's insane. Sangria. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. And I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it might be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Le Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. There's a lot of blue horses. Why is it just blue horses? What are they doing? Anyway. Rufo. You only have 4 skills? Really? Okay. I mean, this is the character that Rodion's ID is based on. Literally the same named skill. Well, they're not unbreakable, at least. Okay. Gain 2 protection for every allied Fauvis student of the ring. Okay. If this unit used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP instead. Okay. At lower than negative 15 SP, double the SP healing. Okay. If there are no allied Fauvis students, gain 2 fragile and reduce this unit's SP down to 0 instead. Immediately before getting hit by a skill, it has 1 attack weight. If there is an allied student of the ring, have the said unit take the attack instead. Okay. Peter, the Blue Rider is here. So, you literally can't hit her with single target skills until there are no allies left. That's cool. Turn end of the turn this unit... Oh, that stops you from stacking negative effects on her to clash better. That's actually neat. Turn end of the turn this unit used critique. If an allied Fauvis student of the ring was defeated in this encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student. You're so annoying. Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains number of allies defeated in this encounter, fragile and offense level down. Hamet N, inflict palate vibrant next turn to sinners that have all... Okay. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, les Fauves, are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Okay. If an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. But they still become fatal, okay. And they get fully healed if they're in panic. Okay. Casque de Fauve. At 70% or less HP, gain a new pattern. Oh, that's just gaining the mask. Oh, here we go.
One might ask, what even distinguishes Leifalves from factions such as Heishos, R-Corp packs, and more of the incorporate beasts into their identities? A reasonable query, of that there is no doubt. To that I say we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery, while the Heishos have mindlessly jammed it into their anatomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. Yo, Honeydew, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Gain the effects of fixed panic. Okay. I don't know why it needs to state this. But sure. Does Palette Vibrant have text on it? No, it doesn't. Oh, woven claws, lynx claws, and even those of turtles, so minuscule yet intricately arranged. What a bold expression. Okay. So we gotta kill the minions. We gotta... Who's on my team? My brain is doing things. One moment. Nobody has an SP healing ego equipped. I'm so good at this game. I have bygone days, and that's it. Oh, those do not roll high. Wait a minute. What? What's going on here? What are you... Oh, Kira's clashing with it. Okay. Alright, let's pick one. I guess we'll just start with one of the ones up front. I should probably clash with this. Okay. Yisang is losing that clash, but don't worry about it, he'll be fine. I kind of did not pay attention to it, but it's okay. Have fun with that 8 protection. I'm not even going to be hitting her. That's the thing. It's because all of the attacks that target her redirect to someone else unless they have multiple attack weight. Hong Lu has multiple attack weight right now. I think he has 2 on his skill, but it might not even hit anyone else because I didn't check slot weight. Okay, maybe she wasn't clashing. That's okay. Okay, yeah, it was 2 weight, but it still didn't hit anyone else because she has slot weight. Dang. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. She's just going for it. Why is this highlighted? I know what this effect does. What? Oh, it inflicts regardless. Okay, so I need to clash with all these and break the first 2 coins. I see. That's not that bad. I kind of want to keep this is the problem. Like, I am counting debuffs. I don't think you have enough, and I'm too fast, so this isn't worth doing. I can do this, though. Okay, Faust. Get better. Alright, Kira, I guess you're just getting hit by that guy. I don't care. Hello? What was that? Oh, I should have used critique there. What is wrong with me? Because I could have clashed with it and then... Yeah, I'm kind of dumb, it turns out. Needs 3 charge for attack weight? No, it... You're correct. It still targeted her, though, which is what... Oh, wait, it's 2 times per turn, isn't it? I mean, regardless, I don't think this is going to be that hard of a fight. It's not like she takes less damage from status effects or anything. Little unfortunate that he didn't have enough unique debuffs for... Okay. Boy! You gotta get better. Kira might just evaporate, honestly. I don't know if I lose the fight if she dies. I hope not. Oh! Okay, what the hell is happening? Clash power +2 for every type of negative effect on target. And if they have Palette Vibrant, Clash power +6 and deal 100% damage. Okay! So if you get hit by this, you die! Got it! Oh, they're unbreakable, aren't they? Hold on. Oh, target fixed. Hold on. Hehe. I read the text on the skill. Is that highlighted if I look at it in here? No, actually. So... Ah, I see. You're being tricky. Okay, who has Palette Vibrant? I believe the answer is nobody. So, I guess I can't take advantage of that mechanic. But oh well. That says favored. I'm assuming it... Oh, he doesn't have any debuffs. Okay, Merceau, you're kind of cringe, you know that? And you are definitely getting... That's on Clash lose. No, it's literally just if the target has equipped defense skills. Okay. So if you have a lot of negative effects, just block. It's still gonna hurt, but... I would critique right now if this wasn't skill 3, honestly. I think we'll be okay. I can clash with most of those. Oh wait, that's only if they have Palette Vibrant, right? I'm a little dumb. Don't worry about it. I can solve the problem by doing that. So, here we go. I don't really like being redirected like this. Ow. Just did Sanguine Desire spam even after 10 Mirror Dungeon runs and haven't checked. She did less damage if against a defense skill. I don't think people read most of the skills, because usually it doesn't matter too much. But it is important to do so. Also, these skills re-rolling as much as they do make it difficult to stack bleed on her. But that's okay. Ow. It's fine. It only does less damage if you have Palette Vibrant, though. It still stops reuses. I don't care. We'll be fine. You know? Uh-oh. Oh, he did win. Okay, good. The important thing is it not triggering sinking damage on me, to be honest. So... Oh, hey, Kira. I forgot you existed again. It would be really cool if you killed this guy here. No? Okay. Oh, right, they all come back right after she does that. See, now would be a great turn to have my skill 3 on Rodion. But I don't, so... But I do have this. So I can power counter one of them and guarantee that I get the thing off of it. Or I could power counter this guy and just kill him. Which is probably better, actually. Oh no, I can't do that. And the reason I can't do that is because I can't guarantee any of the other attacks targeting her aren't gonna redirect into the guy that I have targeted. So... Also, nobody should lose clashes against her this turn. Is another thing. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna tear these guys apart. I do not generate the right sin affinities for this fight, by the way. Like, I didn't equip good ego for this team, really. -4 attack power goes hard? True. Impasta, whoever just had that voice line. That's Rodion. That is Rodion. What was the turn limit for this? Was there even a turn limit for this?
구경 좀 해볼까? 좀 긁혔어.
감사합니다. 자세가 뭐냐?
I would kind of guess that there isn't a turn limit for this one because it's a boss fight and they usually don't. Maybe it's 15 turns. Just clear stage? Okay, good.
임파스터.
Impesta. Rodion, I really need you to gain your mask, if possible. Oh, she is doing things. That's interesting. I have to win against these. I'm not using Tibia's Melody this turn. I don't see a reason to. Hey, where are my good skills? There we go. I was gonna say, I should have probably just started with Contempt Awe.
나선 속을 벗어날 수 없.
This is funny, right? Become bleedy. I know it's hitting the other guy, but it doesn't really matter because it applies the effect to her at combat start. So I hope you like having bleed, ma'am, because you're gonna get some more. Rodion only talking about food again. True. Only thing that felt mandatory to really read last Canto for Roach Emperor gaining 20 power against Unbreakables. I mean, that is a reading check. But, like, you should probably read the story. You know? I'm still not in phase 2, by the way. This is gonna be a long fight. Oh, never mind. Kira decided to inflict all of the bleed. I'll take it. Now, I've been around the block a few times. My turn's definitely just ending once she gets hit enough here. Yep. I knew it. I was 1 damage off? Really? There's just no way that's true. There's just no way that's true. Let's see. Before getting hit, if target does not have bleed, inflict 2 bleed count. Okay. I know there's a passive that says change phase at 70%. I didn't realize I was 1 damage off. Debuff Cleanse actually doesn't matter as much as you think it does. She's a different enemy now. Okay, so if you have a lot of negative effects, don't clash with the yellow skills. Okay. How many do I need to have? 3? Okay, so here's the thing. Provided Muro actually wins his clash fully, I can critique here. What the hell? Greg? Is it because you just have 6 sinking and this is skill 1? That's probably it. Who else should clash? I guess Rioshu can clash with the other one. Her having 8 protection here doesn't seem right, but it's fine. Alright. Real. Oh, that's dominating. There's like certain clashes that lie to you. And that was one of them. Anyways, critique time. And that'll give me my mask, finally. Okay. I didn't realize she was at 45 sanity.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
I was running chicken engine against... What the hell is chicken engine? Oh, it's just the Heisho's. That's right. The Heisho Yo branch. I don't know if that counts as using it, by the way. I think it does. It would be nice if it was. I have a feeling the game's gonna tell me no, because it just doesn't like me. Oh, she got staggered. She's definitely not getting it. What am I talking about? No. The skill sparking at turn start just means it would activate by the effects currently on. You can get it to activate mid-turn. Oh, it did give me the mask. I'm still staggered though, right? Yeah. That's what I figured. I just had to check. Alright, bygone days it is. Attack weight. Okay, I have to... You clash with this skill regardless of speed. You have 1 speed. Like... I don't know, is this good enough? Oh yeah, okay. And then... Who else is good to... I guess Muro is. I mean, it's not a good clash, let's be real. I don't want to do this turn. That's a problem. I want to use this next turn, because I was planning on Sanguine Desiring next turn. But I guess this is fine. Actually, skill 1 works. I don't really like that I can't clash with one of... What are you targeting? Oh, you would, wouldn't you? Oh no, it's targeting Muro, we're good. That's acceptable. Muro's death has been greatly exaggerated. What if all your units were also 1 speed? Were they? I didn't notice that being the case. I'm glad the protection is gone now. Don't take that sentence out of context. This is your first playthrough? Yes. Assist defense from Faust to cover? I guess I could have, but there was no blocking the AoE either way, so I wasn't really that concerned. Also, she's taking a lot of damage now, so I don't know, Rioshu. This fight doesn't really seem as hard as you made it out to be. Okay, Gregor was supposed to clash. I don't know why he didn't. I still need to do the SP heal from him, but... Gregor the unopposed. He was supposed to clash. Oh, it's because I had him set to hit the big skill, and then I changed it, didn't I? Okay. Kira, please. Oh, did he? Oh, no, that's Merceau. It's fine. I don't care about Merceau. Merceau can die. Oh, you. Question mark? Prioritize the target. The skill does not trigger defense skills. Target has defense skills while having Palette Vibrant. Deal minus 90%. Clash, lose, gain 5 damage down and 5 paralyze. There it is. It does want me to clash with it. But everyone who has Palette Vibrant can equip a defense skill and not have to worry about dying, is the other thing. So you can... Well, realistically not have to worry about dying. Who else? Can't even see your status effects, lady. Yeah, she has it. Faust doesn't, so she's just gonna attack. Not clash, but attack. How do I want to clash with this? Rioshu could probably beat it. It's only dominating. Yeah. I'm gonna be really upset when Rioshu loses this clash, by the way. She shouldn't, because she's the only one who doesn't have a ton of negative effects. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, okay. We're fine. Oh. The turn just ends. You know, I should not be surprised by that, realistically. Is this actually hopeless? No, but I still probably don't want to do the clash. That works. Okay. Okay. You know what, Kira? You got this. Alrighty. Rodion. I'm actually just gonna let Merceau die, I think. I just don't care. And you can only redirect this one. That's... the one that Merceau was targeting, actually. So that works. Rodion! Why are you bad? Why are you... Because she has no SP. That's part of the issue right now. I haven't been able to get her to win a clash. Because she got staggered and there's syncing all the time and, you know. You sure you had the debuff? Good thing you didn't use all defense, because there's a bug in the game where 90% damage reduction doesn't work. It does say that you need to have Palette Vibrant for that to work. So you might have just not been reading it correctly, but you say you did? I mean, if it's bugged, that's not surprising. I'm gonna be so real. It's a Project Moon game. If there weren't bugs, I would be worried. Yes, that sentence means 2 different things. Anyways, she's dead now. One of the main reasons you miss Enfaust is the SP heal. You know all of the ring units have SP healing baked into their kit, though.
되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 제품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을
See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fauvist's wing, at least you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. A docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out there. Good morning, Vitanios. Callisto Albinuk trivializes her phase 1 so much with their absurd amount of AoE. That's true. Maestro Rioshu, no.
Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been there, Kira.
This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clock.
Ha! Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate ever so small an occasion don't deserve to stand up beside the executive minute. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own.
Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door?
Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through, and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it.
No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreets. Huh. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do?
A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two of the present before we can return.
That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rogia. So let's...
I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L Corp branches or a dungeon, so...
Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Rioshu's arm. Though Rioshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Rioshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. That wolf lady's last words, man. I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yeshide and her OP sword are our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Rioshu's memories. Oh, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Rioshu's memories. You know when I said that it only counts fight stages? I'm pretty sure I lied. Either that or the boss stage actually does have a harder one. But oh well. Alright, she's not even dead. She's part of the sword. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? You saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Aha, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp, we call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp's still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking?
Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, as we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration.
After saying our farewells to Allan, we returned to the forward base. This guy kind of looks like Benjamin. Yeah, but he's like a nobody guy. He's not even, like, important in the company. He's just a team leader. You know? And shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. so we instead decided to have Rioshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? I'm Callisto Music. So true, bestie. Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Rioshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Allan ID this, Kento? No. We're going to N Corp next. We're not going to W Corp. We might go to W Corp during Otis's Kanto. Then speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis, and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day. Unwind after work, though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Saud? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him whom I was referring to. Glad Miss Saud wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Islet's name? She did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie upon thee! Upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Rioshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arashiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Rioshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. Oh, and I'm just replied to Dante? I mean, realistically, any of them could have just translated it for him. I would chalk this up as an oversight in the order of the text. All that remains of Araya and Rioshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the Scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Rioshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Araya Shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Rioshu regards the Scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Ooh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? So she can use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That, or he can read what he is saying. That is also possibly the case. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Rioshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Soud and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ha! Bus, sweet bus. This chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't really anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked team leader Allan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving right behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might just get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I'd told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated with as exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then... Hey, Yashihide. What? We're
wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. Call me Rioshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right, where are we headed to next? Dante inquires about the next destination for Julius.
Ha! Well, that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question.
Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity.
Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N Corp.
So we are going there, after all. N Corp.
Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see.
As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, Merceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to a yet another tale.
We are so cooked. So,
Kira is basically just skinwalking Martin. I don't think that that's accurate. I really think that that is not a good descriptor of her character. But if you want to look at her like that, I suppose. Oh, did I hit the reward exchange cap? There's no way 1900 is all of it, right? Yeah, there's no way. But I will get the expensive stuff out of the way first, because I don't really care to farm for it right now. The rest of this I literally don't need, so... Technically, I don't need any of it. I'll be playing more Mirror Dungeons anyways, I'll have all of it eventually. Yippee! The ring. Now that you said it out loud, it sounds bad. What did I say? Oh, Merceau's prepared? I think he just doesn't care. It's 4,000 for all. To be fair, I did have to get 1,100 before stream. So, I got 1,800 this stream. Did Merceau have just 2 lines of dialogue after the first node? He usually doesn't talk a lot. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I did. I thought it was actually pretty good. This is like... this is a pretty good one. I would say this is a pretty good one. I do think it is a little easy, but I also don't really see that as a negative. After everything that we just went through during the last canto with how many bosses that there were, I don't really mind having an easier time. I wish this was the actual canto. No, it's not meaty enough for the actual canto. I think it is Intervallo status. Like, think about it. If this were part of the canto, then you would have the entire raid being part 1, then the entire House of Spiders as the part 2, and then you would have this after that, and it would really end on a low point if the canto boss was random ring docent who we've never seen before and also dies in the fight. So I was like,
The boss is difficult if you don't synergize with Kira. I don't believe you. Like, I think... Because I didn't really equip that much bleed. I didn't really inflict that much bleed after the halfway point. Like... Most of my damage was damage, I should put it. That's why they should have changed the boss to the Maestro instead. But the Maestro doesn't have anything interesting going on. There's two really big reasons to like the Ring Docent boss. I agree. I actually think she is relatively attractive, but... yeah. But saying that just means that there's two really big reasons to like Rodion, and I agree with that and more. You Dante's notes? What do you want me to read these right now? It's gonna take me forever. You understand I haven't read a Dante's notes since, like, Canto 5? I don't know which ones are the new ones. I'll read these eventually. But I just haven't felt the urge to go into them. Check the ones for the ring. You know what? Fair enough. I'm gonna guess... Oh no, it's under fingers, isn't it? Hang on. I can read, I swear. This one is the new ones, huh? The ring, one of the five fingers, values art and knowledge. They keep popping up in discussions regarding the corridor. I haven't had the chance to meet anyone from the ring, but we ran into some people who used to be a part of it. They sure seem to like art, and when I say art, I mean the extremely gruesome kind. From what I could gather from the identities and what Rioshu told me, their art often consists of sculptures stitched together from amputated body parts, paintings made of blood, things like that. They seem to be internally divided into various factions. I picked up names like Pointillus or Falvis among them. Maybe they're divided along the lines of artistic philosophy. While we were helping Hohenheim with the backdoor investigation, we accidentally stumbled into one of the ring's galleries. That of the Falvis, to be specific. If we're counting the ring nurse Father Callisto's corridor a gallery, then I guess this is the second gallery of the ring we've seen. Kira seemed to be incredibly impressed by some of the taxidermied animals in there, and I must admit, some of those were pretty cool, even for me. As for the rest, well, I don't feel that they necessarily need to be described here. Each school of the ring seems to have pretty distinct ideas on beauty and artistic philosophy. Rioshu explained that there were minor schisms even among followers of Falvism. Rufo, that Falvis docent, claimed that Rioshu is taking the steps toward founding her own movement. So, going by how the other schools are named, will it be something like abbreviatists, sangriaists, shortenists? Oh, maybe Rioshu will combine and acronymize it all into assists. Wait, that doesn't really work. Curse my curiosity because it actually compelled me to pay Rioshu a visit and ask her if she was planning on naming her school, what it was going to be called, and various other questions that seemed to annoy her. Needless to say, I was kicked out rather unceremoniously mid-question. I don't know how many schools of art and sects there are in the ring, but after hearing Rioshu's philosophy on aesthetics and art, Rufo, a docent of the Falvis, claimed that they would cultivate her until she could establish her own movement. If one day Rioshu finally completes her own movement, will the ring acknowledge her as a maestro? I wonder if that means members of Rioshu's school would speak in acronyms, just like she does. Do you think we might get a standard banner next week? I don't. I think we'll get a seasonal banner. Dante's Notes reading stream? Good lord, you want me to be here forever? I could do it. It would be kind of boring, though, I feel. Because there's a lot in there. I am EP, I'm also really hungry, so I think I'm probably gonna eat something and then go to sleep. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Kamui, who is asleep, for raiding, which revealed to me that raids are a possibility on this platform. Matias, Otis, that's what I'm hoping for, but I guarantee you that Project Moon is gonna introduce Wayfarer Corp units because they hate me. I do need the sleep. No, I have sushi. I actually don't know what kind yet. I'll have to go up and see. But have a good rest of your day, everybody. I will see you all later. I'll try to make a video that isn't just an ID overview because I realize that's all I've been uploading. But yeah, thank you for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.